Hey, welcome back everybody. We are back in Path of Exile, and today we're going to be leveling up a new character and kind of practicing a campaign run that I'm actually a little out of practice with, but due to some of the information we got during the trailers, I'm switching up my plan. So we were practicing with Herald of Thunder, Poison, but I think we're going to switch over to Phys DoT, and most of the reason for this is Phys DoT is very well. Okay, there are several reasons. Phys DoT scales really easily into red maps, and so it's got a really nice smooth progression up to that point, and then past that point scaling gets a little harder. That should actually become easier this coming league. They mentioned in the live stream during the Q&A that there were damage over time skills that were being buffed, but that they were not in the patch notes yet. So while the things that we usually play with, like Corrupting Fever, are not in the patch notes, there is a chance that this coming week we might get a buff to those. So fingers crossed for those. We'll see what happens. Hopefully we get that, but we will have to see where that goes. But the other reason is the Pact of Ghorr. Now, the Pact of Ghorr looks really interesting to me, and I really want to honestly kind of make a build around this, and it's because of the way that Fleshrend works. So the way Pact of Ghorr works is you give yourself a buff, and that buff lasts for it looks like, well, okay, it empowers a couple of spells, but it also gives you the Hunger of Ghorr buff, and that buff lasts for 6 seconds base. And during that 6 seconds, it triggers Fleshrend every 2 seconds, and then Fleshrend happens faster for each stage of Hunger of Ghorr you have. Now, I don't know what Hunger of Ghorr is or does, or how it gains stages, so we don't know that yet. It doesn't seem to be based on casting spells, and we don't have the info for the buff yet, so we'll have to wait on that. But Fleshrend is a Phys damage over time skill, so it shoots out projectiles like you see on the little window to the right. Shoots out a bunch of little red projectiles that pierce all enemies and apply a Phys damage over time skill, which has an insanely short duration. That Phys damage over time also applies an increased damage over time taken debuff to the enemies, so it's a nice little buff for any Phys damage, or any damage over time build. So we're going to be experimenting with it anyway, but I kind of want to see if we can mess with the duration on this and then alter or figure out how Hunger of Ghorr works and scale up those so that Fleshrend can be our main way of dealing damage. So that's the main reason that we're going to be switching. So yeah, that's kind of the plan. So to do that, we're going to go back to Phys Elementalist, which I did a couple of leagues ago as my starter, and it's a really comfy starter. And then as a bonus, that build used staves as the main transport for damage, and we just got mana infused staff, which is going to help us get our block chance up, which is going to be super nice. So good stuff all around for Phys Elementalist, and that's why we're going to do that. So the one thing we need to figure out is how we're going to do Act 1, and I think I have a plan, but we'll see how it goes. I think the way I'm actually going to play it is either going to be just use Fireball, and then use Fireball for the Ignite chance, or we're going to go Ethereal Knives. So I'm going to try Fireball first, because before we would use Rolling Magma, because Rolling Magma was just good base damage right away, and so it made a lot of things easier. But instead of doing that, I think we're just going to try and scale Ignite. So we'll see how well that works. On the bright side, since socket colors are going away, it's going to be much easier to switch if we want to try different things. Yeah. That is the current plan. We'll see how it works. And then, of course, Act 2, the first thing we're going to do is go find and switch to RF. And then in Act 3 or 4, we switch to Corrupting Cry. And Corrupting Cry will carry us through most of the campaign and probably into the end game. Because I refuse to use Corrupting Fever until we have Bladefall of Troithus. Okay. So here, we're not going to pick up Rolling Magma because it's not what it used to be. Kinetic Bolt. Rolling Magma might still be okay. I can't test it though. Okay. So we're going to throw that on. Is this any good? Mana, and is this any good? It's better than what I've got, so why not? Are you gonna make a Herald of Thunder Reliquarian in this league? I am not. Herald of Thunder Reliquarian, I don't think is gonna be very good. Sadly. Okay, Freezing Pulse. Is this actually cleared out? Okay, we're good. Alright, anything crazy in here? No. Alright, sell these. Not that. But yeah, the Reliquarian doesn't have much for Herald of Thunder. Because the things that are really good on Reliquarian are defensive. And then there is a +1 level of all skills, or level of all spell skills, which would work, but is +1 level. And I don't think it's going to be very good. Like, it's nice, but it's not comparative to other ascendancies. And then I think there is a lot of confusion because people are looking at it and saying, oh, but what about this node that gives you all hits shock, or all hits can shock, and Herald of Thunder reservation efficiency and buff effect. Those aren't important at all for Herald of Thunder builds. Buff effect does actually nothing for Herald of Thunder if you're using it as your main skill. If you're using it as a way to buff your own damage, it works. But Herald of Thunder, when you're using it as your main source of damage, the buff effect does nothing for you. And then the reservation efficiency, the reservation is not that difficult to manage on Herald of Thunder. Like, it gets high, but it's nothing you can't manage, and most of the time you're going to be using Lone Messenger, which means you can't reserve anything else anyway. So it ends up not being very good. Yeah, Fidelitas is not good for Herald of Thunder. The tank stuff is good, but it's just tank stuff. Why am I so slow? What am I getting hindered by? Oh, Alpha Rude. Okay. we go spell damage? No, right? No. What are the odds that either of these has movement speed? Feel better than what I got. All right. I think the radius increase on Fireball is going to actually feel really nice. That's part of the issue I'm having right now, is that I'm having trouble clearing packs of monsters because I don't have elemental, what is it called? Prolif. Once you have Prolif, it's fine, I think. Okay. Nice, we got a movement speed. Okay, we're gonna go straight back in here. Save ourselves the portal scroll. Grab Ellie Prolif. Okay, sell those. Any 3-links in here? We do have a 3-link. I could actually use this. I think we do use this. That means at some point we can get volley. Okay. So Ellie Prolif done. That's gonna help a lot. Okay. Okay. You are a problem. ring, gauntlets. Best, I suppose. All right. Okay. Go back to Lion Eyes and we can grab something else. Flame Wall, I think, is the correct answer. Ooh, level of all lightning. That'd be nice. Okay. We're going to stick with... Do I actually want volley? I'm gonna try it. Worst case scenario, I'd remove it later. Okay, and then we're good. Can I sell? No. And yes. Ha. Alright, none of these have anything I want. Okay, what am I doing? There we go. Okay. Moving on. Okay, 3 blue. Kind of huge. Good morning, been ages since I've been awake the last stream time. Welcome, welcome. Are you ready for the new league? I have a feeling this one's gonna be bad. Alright, this one being this fight, not this league. I think this league's gonna be a lot of fun. I suppose baffled in large part though. What has you baffled? Out of curiosity. Okay. Random rarity. Gonna work for me. The changes just seem small and odd for spells. I haven't run any numbers. My computer's wiped, so I need to reinstall stuff, but it seems mid. I agree. I see where you're coming from, because like a lot of it was theming changes. I think the expectation that they might have is that the well, okay, so some spells got a pretty significant buff on, well, okay, a lot of them got a significant buff on damage effectiveness. I think fire spells overall got like a, was it like a 30% buff to damage effectiveness for fireball? Spark, an already expensive spell, went from 0.65 to 0.6, but 25% cost, and its major scaling method got slammed. I don't play Spark, so correct me if I'm wrong, but Spark has been the better option for scaling late game, period. Like the late game Spark was fine as far as damage went. The instaff, oh yeah. I'm surprised they nerfed that again. Because that was the second thing in a row it got nerfed, right? Fine, but as with any stacker, you need a budget that can stack. Yeah. At least the league will excel in major. Run speed is crazy and vital. Oh yeah, the acceleration shrine. I think they haven't said whether or not the Mirage uniques are gone. Although I suppose the notes didn't say anything about them either, so hard to say. Spark's just a skill that also needs a lot. Yeah. Although, didn't they increase the base projectiles of Spark? Hold on. I feel like I remember that. Spark. No, Nova got a decrease in projectiles, and Unpredictability got an increase in projectiles. Yeah. But regular Spark got no changes. I was a little sad that Volatile Dead didn't have any changes. I think it won't matter for this upcoming league, because I think the Black Cane combo for Volatile Dead is insane, but a little sad. I was hoping. I keep hoping that they introduce a Transfigure for Volatile Dead that removes the corpse mechanic. Word loot patch seems fair. I agree. Yeah, word break. I'm also glad Wrathpith didn't get buried. Like, Wrathpith got a significant nerf, but it is still very usable. Only works if the jewel is still in, but if it is, it's basically just reroutes Olroth, yeah. Although I do wonder if there's a world in the upcoming patch where you can do a recoup loop on Reliquarian. For Volatile Dead specifically. Because you can... Because you're doing added damage, you don't need anything higher than a level 1 Volatile Dead. You do the Black Cane, you do the Phys conversion to fire, and then now Hungry Loop is a little less scary, but it doesn't super matter because you only need to trigger level 1. So you don't need a crazy high amount of damage on your loop. I don't know. I haven't done the math on it, but it seems like there might be something there to me. The Merc class is so funny. Yeah, it is. I'm glad people are excited about it. I am not. I am not. I love Phantasmal Might so much. It's going to be so good. Like, for me, it became a decision between this and Volatile Dead pretty quickly. You're not touching it? Oh yeah, the Merc character, yeah. Hey, I'm all for people having interesting ways to play. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it seems like Fireball is doing just fine. And again, with the base radius, I think it'll be a little better. All right. RNG minion that you need to gear. Yeah. Kind of thinking Freezing Pulse to start. Phase 3 proj. Yeah, the Freezing Pulse looks really good. And then I've seen a lot of people talking about Winter Orb. Oh, I just made some coffee. It's so good. Act 3, Winter Orb? I have no idea. I have never actually played Winter Orb. Ooh, also, the changes to Assassin look incredible. Measurement freezing pulse as the starting part. I prefer to stick to my main skill. Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, Assassin looks incredible. I am absolutely going to make an Assassin. I just don't know. Peeped about the 30 to 50. I think they changed it back. I think they changed it back. Yeah, they changed it back. I think it might have been 50 and then they changed it to 30. Yeah, so we saw it in the trailer as 30 and we got all excited. And then we saw the patch notes and got sad, but I think the patch notes were wrong. I didn't even check since day one. Yeah, they updated it yesterday. I don't think they've updated it at all today. But I continue to refresh patch notes. So I saw this yesterday. So Armageddon brand of volatility got a little bit of a buff, and then they made this note, which was the change back to 30% less. And then Void Fletcher can now be supported. Volatility update, I was so confused by that. I don't know. I don't know. I know the pacts look really cool, and I'm hoping that the some of the new uniques have support for pacts. Original pose had worse numbers. I don't know. I skimmed pretty hard on the skill changes. Gotta be honest, there were a lot of skill changes. 320 effectiveness since it was Armor Brand. It's one of the first spells on the list. Oh, interesting. Well, that explains the change then, because it went to 520. Oh, you know what? That makes sense. I'm guessing it was a typo then. Because it's now 520. Yeah. They said in the Q&A that the damage over time skills did not make it into the patch notes, and that hopefully they would be this week. Like the numbers for the damage over time skills would be this week. I'm looking forward to that. I have high hopes. I don't know that I should have high hopes, but I have high hopes. Because maybe I get a Corrupting Cry buff. Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. And then also maybe I get a... What is this? Is one of the secrets? No. The reading, I went, spell buffs here, and went, oh, okay, there's a nerf. Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Because they made like the sentence at the very beginning that were like, hey, we buffed basically everything across the board. And then the first thing you read was a numerical nerf. Understood. Okay. Okay. Not terrible. Not really great, but not terrible. Could switch to a staff. So weird seeing polymarket ads on Twitch. Gross. I feel like I'm generically against greedy corporation things in all respects. But I think I've developed a tin hat more and more over the years. Have you seen some of the wild scams? No. No, occasionally I'll pop open a, oh god, what's his name? Charlie, I don't remember his name. And I'll watch him, like, talk about things, but that's about all the news I can stomach recently. Unbound ailments is... its efficacy is what I want, I think. Like, as nice as combustion would be early, I think efficacy is what I want, because of the efficacy I can use on RF later. Flame dash. I think we can grab clarity here. Okay, fire damage. Level of all lightning. That's the second level of all lightning I've seen. I think we go ahead and grab vitality. All right. Okay. Rude. Okay. Fire damage AoE. Let's go. There was a press conference where what the speaker would say was bet on, and towards the end he was just like, had to cash out my parlay market, and proceeded to just list terms he pre-bet he would say. I've been so busy, I've not been doing anything. I just saw TLI just started a few days ago. Oh wow, you're usually on top of those. Yeah, I think that, yeah, it was just a couple days ago I think it started. Because it was like, DS Lily is usually playing those, and I think she started like the day before the league announcement. I don't know, I'm trying to remember back to when like I saw her stream pop up for TLI. I guess I should wear that anyway. Okay, so this isn't too bad, honestly. It's a little slow. I mean, that's mostly me, really, but once you get the ignite chance up, I think it's works pretty well. Okay, and I don't have any wisdom scrolls. Okay. Alright, you're ignite resistant. You can stay there. I'm not gonna fight with you. Okay. Excellent. Alright, now let's go find the exit. Oh yeah. So I was talking about the assassin, right? The assassin buff got the bifurcate on crit strike, which sounds really good. Actually, I need to read it and make sure I understand something. Because it is specifically like less spell crit, but the question is, does that apply to Herald of Thunder? Because of course that's where my mind goes first. So the two questions are, does the bifurcate apply to Herald of Thunder, and does Herald of Thunder benefit? Yeah, spell critical strike chance bifurcates and 30% less critical strike chance. The question becomes, does that apply to Herald of Thunder? Because Herald of Thunder is a spell, but it's also a spell that has damage. Spell damage modifiers don't apply to Herald of Thunder. So my gut instinct is to say probably doesn't work, but I really want it to. I really want it to. Does normal spell crit apply? No. Most of the time. There is a single exception in that Shaper helmets that say socketed spells have increased flat crit. Those work. I don't know why those work when nothing else works, but like anything on the tree like this doesn't work. Arcane potency does not work. So I don't know what calculations go into it. It is on the tree. It is on the tree. You're right. So I'm gonna dream that it works, but I'm not gonna start assassin because I will not know if it works. So we're going Phys DoT because honestly Phys DoT is really reliable as a starter, at least in my opinion. Also, I didn't realize that Primordial Bond is still pretty busted. Okay. What am I doing? I need that. Okay, dead end. Damn. If the spell bifurcation works on Herald of Thunder, that is going to be insanely good by Herald of Thunder standards. just, you know, double crit multi, don't worry about it. This Herald of Thunder crit became much easier to achieve with Scornful Herald. Which shouldn't be surprising. When you have a base crit of 16, it is much easier to crit cap. Okay. Okay. Okay, boots, shield, ring, wand, and yeah, that's fine. And not enough wisdom scrolls. Not that the rings matter very much anyway, because we're about to replace them with ruby rings. Okay, I need that. Anything else in here I need? I don't think so. Okay. Get out of here. Oh, you know what? No. I need as many blues as I can carry. Totally forgot about that. Leather belt. Okay. Honestly, not that good for us, sadly. Better than what we got. And I think that's all, yeah. Random rarity. Ghorr. Okay, need a little bit of strength. No big deal. Okay, do you have... You do, you have 2 of them. And neither of them are good. Good enough, rather. Is damage over time. Okay. So let's grab this one because it's got 29 fire res. And then we're going to keep all the alterations because we need those. Okay. Orb of Chance. Ooh, you know what? Hold on. Hold on. I forgot I should go Firewalker. Because early on, Firewalker is really good. Do you have like a... No? Okay. Just bestiary. Being bestiary. Okay. Transmute. Okay. Get in here. My nice items with all white sockets. Oof. yeah, there's a lot changing in this patch. Synthesis items being gone is I think a pretty big change. I know it's a big change for a lot of stacking builds. Because I think any attribute stacker was using a ton of synthesized items. I need a magic item to chrome mirrored stuff. 99% of the synthesis jewels, yeah. Still though, I feel like that represents a significant amount of endgame power for attribute stacking. The Abyss jewels, she's got free attributes. It's easy to rule. Yeah, although Abyss jewels also just got better. I think significantly better. Because they got rid of a lot of the bad rolls. They made a lot of the rolls stronger. Not all, but a lot of, like, all the flat damage to spells I think got stronger. Okay. Oh wait, do I need to talk to her? I don't remember. Okay. So what are we doing here? I think it's just Herald of Thunder for me to begin with. Okay, purchase. Is that a suffix still? Yeah. Okay. So grab that because that has fire res on it right away. Purchase fire, righteous fire. Herald of Purity would be nice, but I'm not sold on it yet. Let's come back for that. Let me go back to Act 1. Okay. Ooh, that was a really bad roll. Okay. I didn't get a single one of those tattoos I wanted. Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. Has the ancestor event not ended? It won't let me migrate. I don't remember when it's supposed to end. I have the approximate memory of a goldfish. Let's see, clarity. I don't think I care a bunch about. Efficacy we have, and I think it's it. That's all we need. Okay. I don't have a transmute. I didn't expect to not have a transmute. Goldfish are often snubbed and mocked, but it should be noted that their memory can last up to 6 months. Well, then they're better than me. Because I certainly struggle. Oh, I do have a transmute. I just needed to put it all together. Okay. Okay, fire res, fire res, fire res. What is my fire res? 105. Perfect. Now, do I have a wisdom scroll? I do. Ha. It's very important. I need a wisdom scroll because I don't have Guild Church. One of my most minor pet peeves. Interesting. I did not know that. Okay. We are now righteous firing. There it is. Long time goldfish stand. I never could like wrap my head around fish as pets. And it's not even like it's gonna sound weird. The thing that I have most issue with fish as pets is not that you can't like play fetch with them, which I've heard is an argument, because they're super chill pets. Like that I'm totally cool with, and you can just watch them and like observe them, and that's, you know, I'm all with that. It's the smell. There's a smell that fish tanks get, and I can't do it. I don't like that smell. Okay. I guess I missed a... An ascendancy thing? I'm gonna need to go back for it because first ascendancy on Elementalist is huge. Okay. Okay. Go ahead and grab this. I don't know if I want to do staff early. I guess we could if we find a really good one. I feel like mine are better. Okay. Okay, so I think this we go less damage over time taken, and then we start moving down to Warcry Masteries. A beta fish growing up was named like 20 or 30 words long. That's awesome. I feel like that's even better if you do that as an adult, because then you have friends over and they're like, "Oh, I like your pet. What is its name?" Right? And if it's 20, 30 words long, you get to sit there and make direct eye contact as you tell them the name of your pet and watch the light leave their eyes as they lose track of the name, like 3 words in. Just call it Orange because the name... The name was on a post-it and I was like 8. That makes me want to name my next pet after a Wi-Fi password. Like one of the stock Wi-Fi passwords on the back of a router. I might enjoy trolling people too much. Because in the end, I'm gonna call, like, my cat, anytime I'm talking to it, it's cat. It is the cat. Doesn't matter. I knew I was gonna call it cat, that's why I ended up naming my cat Neko. I prefer to name it something very human than refer to it as my roommate. And if it's a cat, you can tell awful roommate stories about it. You're just hanging out with a friend and you're like, yeah, my roommate Jeffrey spent all night running around the apartment screaming like a maniac. And then when I got up in the morning, he tried to eat a paper towel. Alright, down to Warcry Masteries. Yeah, we go down through here. David, my roommate, gets sick a ton. We get along well enough. He's a bit touchy. He wants to cuddle with me when we watch TV. If he's sick. I don't know, I don't mind. I actually had a cat named David growing up. Super chill cat. The worst thing he would do is bring in mice or birds. He brought in lizards all the time, but they were like most of the time all the way dead, and so those weren't a big deal. But the mice and birds he would bring in were mostly still alive, so those were problematic. I don't want another cat from my current one. I also don't want another cat, but it's because I have discovered that I really don't like having a litter box in my house. Again, smell thing. And you can have an outside cat, like that fixes it. But where I live, outside cats wouldn't work very well. But if I did, I'd 100% know the actual name. I'd probably name, like if I got another cat, it would probably be named Cat again. Some variation of cat. Current baby just gets sick so much, she's feeble and vomits a lot. I'm sorry. And he loves to take in rabbits. I bet that's a real chore. Because usually they're not all the way dead. Which means you have to chase it around. Growing up, my cat brought in a field mouse one day. And it was still alive. So we tried to get it. To get it out of the house. Because again, it was still alive. And the first thing it did was run into the vent in the fireplace. And it was like a it's like underneath, like where the fireplace setting was, there was like a fan to like blow the warm air around, and it crawled under there and then died. And so for months there was dead rodent smell in her house. I love rabbits. They're my second favorite. It always makes me cry. Brings in squirrels and voles, and they are nearly so bad. I don't know that my cat ever caught a squirrel. Did catch hummingbirds, though. Kitty can't wander in and out on his own. He's brought too much in and now he needs inspection. Cat's unironically several hundred animals per year. Yeah. Watching my cat, like, again, growing up, watching my cat hunt things sometimes was amazing. Because he was also declawed. Like, he had no front claws. And it didn't slow him down at all. Didn't matter. Area I'm in has a lot of tiny varmint type stuff. Yeah. One of the houses we grew up in had a big empty field right next door to us. And so he would constantly bring in stuff from that big field. That's why we got so many mice, is because he was just out there grabbing all the field mice. It forced my mom to, like, move where she had bird feeders. Because she had bird feeders in the backyard, and we didn't realize it, but they were low enough that the cat was able to grab things as they were coming in to eat. Neighbors all have bird feeders and stuff. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay. Okay, good. $40 life is better than what I got. And it allows me to do this. that is super unlikely to be helpful. Yeah, okay. Sell all of this stuff. I think Ellie focus. Yeah. All right. Do I need to go to the den? No, it says optional. I'm gonna trust that it's optional. Oh, way forward, I didn't actually open the way. That's embarrassing. Okay. And then I kind of want to grab Herald of Purity. I just want something I can put in my offhand. Level stuff up. I guess we'll do this. Oh wait, no, that's super expensive. Okay. I guess I just keep an eye out because I don't want to buy any of that. Yeah. Whenever I can. Actually, that'll work. Oh no, it won't. 25 decks. Okay, good stuff. Okay. There we go. Finally got one. leveling that up. Okay. Okay, now we're cooking. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Okay, excellent. Okay, up we go. All right. Looks like I missed a little spot. No big deal. looks like there's a recipe. Oh wait, that's the... I guess that's the boss room. Okay. Good morning. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? Good morning, Patrick. Welcome, welcome. You know what I really should do? I should be using what is the spell? I suddenly can't remember the spell. Scorching Ray? Scorching Ray. Is league prep? Yeah. We are less than a week away. Alright, let's go grab... Is it Act 1 that has Scorching Ray, or is it Act 2? There's Incinerate. Oh, there's Scorching Ray. I think there's like... Do I already have a channeling support? Yes, but I don't have the dex for it. I'm gonna grab it anyway. What's the plan? Love watching you and you do your Bladeful of Charthus. It was one of my most successful PoE runs. Well, you're in luck, because we're going back to Elementalist Phys DoT, which does use Bladeful. So, Elementalist Phys DoT with Bladeful of Charthus, and then before that we're going to do Corrupting Cry. Because the new Pact skills look really nice, specifically the Pact of Ghorr. So I'm pretty excited about it. Bladeful of Charthus got buffed along with the packs. Yeah. Well, sort of. Bladeful of Charthus, I think, got a damage buff and a cost nerf. Because I think they increased the cost of Bladeful of Charthus. If I read the note right. Which doesn't matter for us because we're going to be using it with life tap. So who cares? And then we're going to be using Elementalist and abusing the Primordial Bond passive. Because that seems to be just the best way to scale generic damage. Okay. Sell this. And then store all of my currency. And honestly, I'm going to store all this too. I don't care about most of this. Okay. I don't think the cost will affect you. No, I don't think so. Like it will increase the cost, but because we're keeping it at level 1, because we don't have a ton of mana, and because we're using life tap, the cost is going to be still negligible for us. Yeah, the new Pact of Ghorr has me pretty excited. I'm honestly hoping to try and figure out ways to maximize the Pact of Ghorr itself to be one of the main parts of the damage. We'll see if it works, but it looks like a lot of fun as a skill. And as a base, unless they've significantly buffed Reap, which is possible, the base damage over time of Pact of Ghorr is significantly higher than Reap. At least I think so. Because Reap has, at level 20, around 2,000 damage over time. And then you get blood charges, and that goes up by, I think, 25% more? Possibly more. Pact of Ghorr at level 20 is around 1,500 Phys damage over time. But can stack up to 3 times. So, if we can figure out how to stack it, because the duration is a big problem, then we might be able to figure out some cool ways to scale that instead, and use that as our main damage source. A lot of unknowns, but good stuff. Also, staffs getting better block, yes. I don't know if it's going to be worth rolling the block, because we're getting, not only are we getting the new infused staff skill, which is giving us more block, which I plan on using, we're also getting mods on staves for block, which is awesome, but that is a like pro and con, because if you roll a block mod on your staff, that is a damage mod that you are giving up effectively. So just something to keep in mind. I think it's worth it, but it will depend. Otherwise, staves are just getting better overall. So should be a lot of good stuff coming in for the way I like to play that build. Ooh. That's a long walk. Okay. What I get for having no lightning res. No color on socket change, huge, yeah. Agreed. We usually didn't struggle with socket colors, but the 10% bonus is going to be pretty nice. Okay. I go Malevolence, right? Yeah, I go Malevolence right off the bat. Means I need Dex, but that's okay. I can grab the Dex right here. Ooh. Alright, well I was hoping for more sockets, but 48 life. Pretty nice. Augment. Perfect. Wait, is that perfect? My resistances are so bad. You know what? That is actually a really good argument for using Purity of Elements first. I think we have Purity of Elements first. I'm looking at my first 4 link at the moment and wishing it was next week. Yeah. Alright. Huge difference. Okay, good stuff. We no longer need the Dex because I'm not going Malevolence first. I'm going Purity of Elements, which means we can head straight over here and start to get our Warcry stuff. See, right there. 4 link. Next week. Next week, that would have been our 4 link. Next week, easy. Honestly, it's going to be a big change. Just not having to worry about socket colors. Also a flicker strike buff in my opinion. Because that means you can socket flicker strike into a green socket for extra 10% quality, which means you get better frenzy charge sustain. More frenzy? Yeah, exactly. Honestly, kind of a big deal. It's not like a ton, but it is. I want to say it would be 5% for frenzy charge or frenzy gain on hit. So I want to say the base is 15% and then equality for another 10%. But I might be remembering incorrectly. I can't use any of those. Yeah. Okay. Will it be one colored socket per item? I don't think so. I mean, I know it won't be one colored socket per item. I don't remember exactly what the rules are for, what is it called? Chromatics. Let's see. Okay, so chromatic orbs now force one of the sockets on an item to be non-white, while the rest of the sockets on the item will roll colors normally. Okay, so it's random. So if you use a chrome, one socket is guaranteed to be not white, and then the rest are rolled normally. But I think white is going to be the, like, throwing a number out there. I don't know the numbers, but I think it's going to be like 80% chance to be a white socket and then 20% chance to be anything else. Higher quality on items increases the chance for non-white sockets. And then we know there are these, which are the crafting bench options. And then we do at least 4 non-white sockets for 75 chromes. Which, in times past, has been a pretty good indicator for how many chromatic orbs it would take to do something similar. So if you think about like fusings, right? 1500 fusings, you have a pretty good shot if you use 1500 fusings on an item to get a 6-link, with the average being I think 1200. So I think there is a reasonable chance with, like, again guessing here, there'd probably be a reasonable chance with like 60 chromatics to get 4 non-white sockets. Again, total guess, but that is where I think it would be. Okay. Looking at doing random arrow, cast on crit, detonate dead, assassin. So we'll be able to color more than 1 socket for quality. Those crafting costs seem cheap. I keep in mind they already told us that chromatics are rare, or rarer. And based on those crafting costs, I think they're probably significantly rarer. Like I kind of expect chromatics to be maybe around the same rarity as exalts, or no, it'll probably be 1 less, because exalts are on the same level as divines, right? So whatever the level is under that. Maybe same as chaos. Even then, that seems no, that seems about right. No vendor recipe? No, vendor recipe still works. They confirmed that the vendor recipe still works, but the ordering of the priority of the vendor recipe has changed. So before, if you had a 6-link item that happened to have a red, green, and blue socket, you would end up with the jeweler's orbs. Or yeah, no, wait. Yeah, jeweler's orbs. Not a 6-socket. Yeah, 6-socket item. You would end up with jeweler's orbs. Now, if you do that, you will end up with a chromatic, because the chromatic recipe has been prioritized as more valuable to the player. Okay, so we want cooldown recovery rate first. right. Sorry, just had an ad, so I don't know if I missed anything you said. Did you catch what I said about the Chrome Bender recipe? Yep, okay. Then I think you're caught up. I think you're good to go. Okay. All right, so downside to running this practice in SSF is I'm gonna have to farm my own cluster jewels. Oh well. So I suppose I can always migrate this when I want to start buying things. Okay, right now we're struggling with dexterity, I think, is the only thing. Yeah, so let's grab dexterity. Alright, war cries. Need to go grab crafting recipe. Even though I never use that recipe. Okay. So I could just go in here real quick. We can go straight to the gardens, do the library. We can grab our Warcry stuff. Okay. Yeah, let's grab that alteration. The real question is going to be, do we have enough chance orbs? I think all the things we want are chance orb. Like have a chance orb as the cost. Okay. All right. All good there. Grab the recovery rate. Back to the library. Okay. So here we want... Do I want any of these? I suppose Swift Affliction is something I want, so we'll grab that. Okay, then we need General's Cry for an alteration. And we need Corrupting Cry for an Orb of Chance. And I think that's it. I think that's all we need to start. Go grab an Orb of Chance. All right, Corrupting Cry, good to go. Excellent. Am I still using Vitality? I am. Okay. Back to the encampment. We do not want to mess with this too much. Because we're not ready yet to really use it. Let's see, Imperial Gardens. I guess we go... We'll grab the... whatever it's called. Okay, our recovery is not great at the moment. Which, fortunately, we're about to be able to switch off of Righteous Fire, so it doesn't matter. Okay, good. Hurt. Okay, let's switch this back to this so we can just get rid of Grivisius. Excellent. Please get movement speed. I might do it anyway. Having a 4-link Corrupting Cry would be super nice. Okay, good stuff. That is a lot of detonate dead. All right. Perfect. I usually migrate at the end of the axe. That is probably the best plan. I think I might want to start into maps just to be sure I can handle them with like 0 gear, but it's probably the right call. This staff are the right colors. Sadly, it's not good. Okay. So I just totally missed the stairs, which are like right up here. More carts is more carts. Okay.
Of all the worlds you could have conquered, you had to choose mine. Such power wasted on a feeble imagination. It's too late for regret.
Ran out of flasks.
I'll mourn your passing, damn you!
Okay. Oh, wait.
I loved your work, Piety. It was you I wasn't very fond of.
Okay. Almost out of portal scrolls, which is not great. Let's see. What do we do here? I think it probably doesn't matter. I don't think I care about any of these. I have Winter, Reaper, Hexblast. Yeah, doesn't really matter to me. Okay. Now, let's see what items we can buy. Because the ideal would be 1 blue, 2 red. We could get right here. Assuming we can't find a 4-link. Which is going to be this one. I think this one is... yeah. No. Wait, maybe. Can't remember if Swift Affliction works. Okay, Swift Affliction does work. So yeah, this is ideal. How many alterations do I have? I'll take that. Wait. Okay. Taking off Scorching Ray. Purity of Elements stays. General's Cry. Corrupting Cry. Efficacy. Righteous Fire comes off. And Swift Affliction does not go on for now. What else is it that I wanted? Grab Purity out of there. don't know if I can afford it, but I'll try. Technically can afford it. I think I'm gonna go without it for a little while though. Okay. You know what? We can ascend. We should be able to ascend. Let's do that first. Wait, never mind, doesn't matter. Never mind, doesn't matter. I forgot I can't get golems until Act 3, or Act 4 anyway, right? Let me double check. Stone golem. Act 4, Act 6, yeah. So we need Act 4. But it does not matter for this fight. But a level would still be nice. Okay, I need to level up. I should not have swapped before the mastery. Okay. Alright, now we can get recover 15% life, which means when we war cry, it's basically paid for. Excellent. Are these any good? I only have one wisdom scroll. If I remember correctly, we can do this. That's a little too fast. Okay. We'll try it this way because the right clicks were getting on my nerves. Okay. Not too bad. Golem's next act? Yeah. Those will make a really big difference. Because we get a bunch of regen, we get a bunch of damage, we get a bunch of AoE. Golems are so good for the campaign. Okay. Okay, now let's see how bad this is. Oh yeah, I forgot I can like pre-game the fight a little bit. Okay, not too bad. Damage is not great, but it'll get there. Okay.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile?
Slow and steady.
The touch of God. This world is an
Okay. Now we can just sit here and yell. I think we'll be fine. I don't know, depends on how much corrupting blood we get. Corrupting blood is bad. Okay. I'm wondering what this artifact is that keeps popping up for me. Okay. That took forever. Alright, so I should probably wait until Act 3, or Act 4 proper, to switch over to Corrupting Cry. Okay. I just thought about it. I have these points I can refund. And that's 3 points that I could have put right here. Refund that and change that to skill effect duration. I think the important part here is the next point I get which is going to be the physical damage over time, or physical mastery, which is 40% increased damage. So not only do we level, we also get increased physical damage with skills that cost life, which is a significant damage boost. What did we get? Okay. Much better. Keep forgetting that I'm like actually poor on currency, so I've got to pick stuff up. All right. Let's go take care of this. All right. Plus 1 point means I think we go over here. That'll give me remove damaging ailments. Oh wait, no. No, we go, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we need to get over here to Golem Commander. Okay, we'll go up this way. Excellent. Crafting recipe, and let's go. Okay.
Until next time.
Now we go pick up our golems. Okay, so first one we want is what? Golem gives us down multi. I think I'm gonna go stone golem though. Increased defenses and life regen. I think that'll be my first golem. Okay. Let's go back to Act 3. See what all we're missing. We're missing one of the trials at least. Is it we're missing 2 trials. Okay, one in Act 3, the crematorium. Alright, Act 3. That's the Solaris Temple. Crematorium. Convenient location. Oh, maybe. Okay.
Allow your wisdom to be tempered by the flames of the past.
Am I totally out of portals? I am totally out of portals. Hey, how's it going, Echo? Welcome, welcome. Act 1. And we need, I think, prison? Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Now we go ascend. Alright, let's see how the trial goes. Okay. Not too bad. Not great, but not too bad. Okay, phase 2. All right. Good. All right. Excellent. Okay, I gotta go across here. Hopefully. All right, we're good. Oh, I was hoping it would be the final trial. Oh well. We're close. Okay, good. Not the one we want. All right. Any changes in 329? Quite a few. Not really to how we make the build, but the build possibly got stronger in several ways. So it was mentioned in the Q&A that they are changing several damage over time skills, but that those had not made it into the patch notes. So there's a possibility that Corrupting Fever is going to get a damage buff. We just don't know what yet. There's also the Pact of Ghorr, which we saw in the preview, and that is going to increase our damage. We just have to figure out how to make it work for us. So as long as we can make it work, that is plus damage for us. And Staves, which is what we generally use for the build, got buffed pretty significantly. So that's going to be really nice for us. So anything else? Quality got kind of buffed. It's not a huge deal though. But that's a big change for the entire game, is just that nobody has to worry about socket colors anymore. Which is great. Over into the Spiral, Arc of Surging, Conduit of the Heavens. I mean, it doesn't matter, because I'm not going to sell any of these. Okay. And get rid of those. And I don't have nearly enough wisdom scrolls, which we can fix. But we are now an Elementalist with Legion of the Primordial, so it's time to go get some golems. Okay. First things first, let's talk to you. Get a bunch of wisdom scrolls. Not better than what I've got. Not better than what I've got. Maybe. Okay. Sell all this. Then store the rest. Okay. Now we need our golems. Oh, right. They're over here. I feel so slow. Okay. We already have Stone Golem, I think. Yeah, Stone Golem we have. Chaos Golem we need. And Flame Golem we need. And then Lightning Golem for later. Alright. Chaos Golem there, and Flame Golem there. Out, and then let's go summon these. And you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do this because we can. Okay. Excellent. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and do this because I do actually want the recovery. As nice as the bonus damage is, I want the recovery. Physical resistant. And done. Okay. Okay. Excellent. All right. That hurts a lot. Okay. I... No. I was wondering if I should give up my dot multi for the golem buff, but no, I think we keep dot multi and we just head toward golems. No rush. Okay. Oh, wait, what did it drop? Okay. When do I get access to brutality is a pretty big question I have. Is it when I open the yeah. It's when I open the door with the rupture device. That hurt a lot. Okay. Keep moving this direction. Big increase in damage. Okay. 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 Let's see how Comb holds up. Not too bad. Okay. Is this better? No. How are my portal scrolls doing? Not great. Could be worse though. Need a 2 red, 1 blue. Sorry, 3 red, 1 blue. I need a 4 link, but I need it to be the right colors. Dex int. No, I need strength dex. Okay. I'm not worried about any of those. 16 strength. Okay. Nice. That should help a lot. All right. Oh wait, no, I didn't want to do that. Oh. Okay, last portal scroll. Let me grab some more portal scrolls before we do this again. Sell these. And grab a couple portal scrolls. What do you need exactly to swap? Oh, sorry, Echo. I didn't see the other message you got. Yeah, going well. Yeah, so what do you need to swap? Really, you need to swap to Warcries. You just need these, and the Warcry Mastery recover 15% of life. It may not feel good if you switch at that point. Also, these help. And then that's kind of it. Other than that, you just need sockets. And it's even easier in the next league because you don't care about the colors of the sockets anymore. So 3 link, 4 link. You do not want Swift Affliction early because Swift Affliction will reduce your duration low enough that you can't stack up to 10. You want to do for your 4 link, you're going to need Brutality, which is going to be end of Act 4. But you're going to do General's Cry, Corrupting Cry, Efficacy for your 3rd, and then Brutality for your 4th. Would it be easier if you switched to your YouTube chat though? No, the issue was not really which chat I was looking at. The issue was I didn't look at chat for a while. That was on me. On my end, the chats are merged. So I see them all in the same window. Okay. All right. Next level, we start buffing our golems, which is going to be nice. That 3 red, 1 blue? That is 3 red, 1 blue. Perfect. I don't think it came out very good, but it's exactly what we need, so we will take it. Hey. All right. Red. Wait, no. And cry, generals cry, efficacy. Drop flame golem? Yeah, I did. Okay, there we go. Okay. That hurt. Okay. And out to the Ring of Blades we go. Okay. And we're good. Alright, she's gonna do that. And then we're gonna go back to town. Because that gives us brutality. Wait, does it not give us brutality? That might not give us brutality. Hold on. Hold on. Brutality support. I have to wait for Act 6 to get it. I do have to wait for Act 6 to get it. That's so lame. Okay. Alright. Well, in that case, we'll make our lives a little easier instead. Which I think is going to cost me a chance orb. We have a chance orb on us. It's still a red socket. Urgent orders. And that just makes it a little faster for us to... Well, it makes it a lot faster, but now we yell faster. I forgot brutality is not available to the witch. Okay, start buffing up the golems. Really excited for 329. Thinking of doing hardcore focus on Delve with All Flame, since All Flame is kind of... feels like underwater for Delve. There you go. It does kind of feel like that, doesn't it? Okay, good, 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 good. I'm a little low on life. This is a little scary. Are you gonna go Phys Elementalist again? Yeah. I hope they do add buffs to the DoT skills. They really do need a buff. Like, can you imagine if you finally get past the DPS limit on DoT skills? I don't know if they're going to remove the cap. Because again, the cap is a... It is not a limit put in place by them. It is a technology limit that exists. I don't know if they're going to remove the cap, but the cap doesn't really matter. if we can reach the cap, that would be cool. And if they buff it enough, we might be able to. I don't know that they're going to buff it that much, though. That would be, well, maybe. Because I think there are existing builds that might be able to hit dot cap already. They just like super min max. Would mean it would just be like much easier. Like you can still focus on defenses and quality of life while building good build. Because usually I end up like fairly tanky, nearly block cap, and I've got like 3 million. I think it was my last Elementalist. And that was just corrupting blood DPS. Which isn't, you know, it's low, but it's not terrible. If we can get way above that, that'd be great. I think Lacerate Glad can hit cap pretty easily, just off the top of my head. Yeah. Just depends on how you scale it. I think with Elementalist, since I'm going to plan on going like big into golems, it's going to be much easier to cap. Or much easier to get better damage. I don't know about capping. Ooh, that hurt.
Our mistakes can be our greatest achievements.
Yeah, ED Contagion definitely needs some love. I think Corrupting Fever needs love. I would like Corrupting Cry to get some attention too, but I don't know if they're going to do that. This is technically not a spell, and I think they're super focused on spells. Keep forgetting that Corrupting Fever exists, so it definitely needs a buff. I mean, that's what this build is going to end up being. I just will not play Corrupting Fever before I have... oh man, that hurts so much. So much physical damage. Yeah, I just won't play it until I have Bladefall of Charthus. Because it feels bad to play, in my opinion, without Bladefall. Sadly, that is a Charthan gem, and so I'm quite worried that it's going to be hard to get. Or harder to get. Well, maybe it'll be easier to get next league. Who knows? I don't know if they're removing it from Heist. Because last league they added it to Heist. But now that they're adding Mercenaries back in, we might be able to get it from Mercenaries again. But I don't know if that's better or worse than Heist. Okay. Yeah, hopefully they'll post those fairly soon. I want to know what the damage numbers I'm looking at are. The funny thing is, I would play it even without buff. Because I think Phys DoT is cozy. And that to me matters more. And the new Pact of Ghorr looks like a lot of fun. Like I want to play with the Pact of Ghorr. That's a lot of the reason that I'm going Phys DoT. Sorry, I could hear, but it was AFK. Truth and gems are only on mercenaries. They didn't say. So they didn't announce anything about Truth and gems. But because mercenaries are coming back, I don't know if they can drop Truth and gems because they still have them. It was in the Q&A. Oh, was it? I don't remember that one. So can they still drop it? And is it removed from Heist? Because it was that the way you got Truth and Gems last league was, or this league, was Heist.
Expecting you, witch. You and I are about to create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Will you go to bed now, little girl? Or do I need to tuck you in? Embrace the future. What?
Okay.
Let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare. Accept the gift of immortality. You are being selfish.
Okay.
Accept the gift of immortality.
I got it wrong. Truth and gems are no longer possible from rewards. They are again. Okay. I don't know if that's better or worse. I guess that's better. As long as they didn't like really mess with the rarity. Which they could have. They could be much rarer.
Why are you so in love with death?
But mercenaries start showing up earlier than you can feasibly do heist. Or than anybody is really farming heist. And more people are going to do mercenaries than people are going to do heist. So, very possible that it's going to be better as far as pricing goes. Okay.
Our hopes are with you.
Seems I've mastered Breaker. Time to return to Orient with a vengeance.
Ooh, that's so much haste. Oh no, they're all enraged at the same time. I really don't like enrage. It wouldn't matter if I had like decent gear, but I've been ignoring my gear upgrades. Okay. Build-wise, I'm pretty locked in. I'm just trying to sort out finer details. Yeah, I think same here. I was very undecided for a while, but I think the what finally locked me in was looking at the Ghorr Pact. Okay. Want to try and guess what I'm going to build? I can give some narrowing hints. I'm going to guess Winter Orb. If I'm totally off base, go ahead and give me a hint. No. Totally off base? Oh. Alright, throw me a bone. Let me see if I can narrow it down. Templar. Cast on crit. Something. Not cast on crit. Templar's big thing recently has been energy blade spells. Not energy blade. Okay. Are you going old school and going cast while channeling Volatile Dead with the buffs to Martyr? That sounds awesome, but no. I have no idea. There's so many things that are possible at the moment. I don't know what hint to give next. I don't narrow it down too much. Minion Guardian. Oh. Minion Guardian. Are there any new minions? No, I don't think so. Oh wait, they did buff. Well, they altered a lot of the minions that had issues or had pauses. I guess that's the real question: is was it affected by patch notes? It was mentioned in patch notes. Okay, yeah. So yeah. Let's see which ones were sped up. Let's see, patch notes. Pause, I think. Yeah. Dominating blow is, yeah, I'm gonna go dominating blow. Because if you were gonna go golems, you'd go elementalist. And zombies aren't gonna be made good enough, I don't think. Zombies are bad. Zombies, well, okay, my understanding is that zombies are bad. I've never played them. SRS is okay, but I don't know. I feel like SRS is not going to be changed very much. I could be wrong there too, though. Sick. Well, I hope it's good. Ooh. Yeah, I was really tempted for a while to go cast while channeling Volatile Dead on Reliquarian. Because I think that's going to be a lot of fun. Problem is, for sharing builds, I don't love the idea of making builds for Reliquarian because they won't last. And then anytime I go back to like my standard characters, any Reliquarian I make won't like function anymore, which is a little sad. Okay. Don't need any of that. I do need life. I need life really bad. Fire lightning, I think. The finer details is twofold. First, I bought a Celestial Staff skin, super cool, for dominating blow, but it turns out it ruins my potential for automating Desecrate offering because of how I would need to socket things with the staff. That means more piano keyboarding, which nobody likes. Second, Lucia's Profane Ground, which means Sanctum. Gotcha. Sanctum is pretty rough early. Also, having things behind Sanctum feels kind of bad. All right, we now have enough to get our last golem. And okay. Yeah, I was messing around with Herald of Thunder on Pathfinder, but the build idea I had needed Lycia Ascendancies and also was hyper dependent on Coruscating Elixir, which I hate. I hate depending on Coruscating Elixir for any build. So I ended up scrapping that because it feels bad. I really don't like it. If I go staff, I'll be stronger. But as a punishment, I lose the automation. But if I go Gazzy's version of Dominating Blow, I lose out on awesome staff skin I just bought for Dominating Blow. And he goes Trial Master Bloodline instead of Lycia, but Lycia is amazing for minions. Gives 35 million DPS with just one node. That's awesome. I mean, as long as you can get the Profane Ground down. Although, I wonder if the reason... Because I'm guessing the reason is Malediction. Like, the real reason for it is Malediction. Which means if you wanted to... Well, maybe not. Malediction is kind of hard to get. There's only a couple ways to get Malediction. Like there's the one staff or one scepter, and then there is the flask from Betrayal. Cinder Swallow? Cinder Swallow. But that requires you to be able to ignite, I think. Which is not trivial. Honestly, I might end up using the Cinder Swallow flask. Bitter Heresy is in the node? Yeah. I'm familiar with it. It turns your Conch Ground and Profane Ground, and then things that are on your Profane Ground are afflicted with Malediction. And the reason that that's so good is because I think Malediction is 10% increased damage taken. And so it's basically just a 10% more on top of all your damage. At least if I... Let's see, am I remembering that correctly? Oh, it's even better for you because you're getting Chaotic Might out of it. I see. But yeah, it's not just the Malediction, it's also 30% Phys extra chaos for Dominating Blow. Got it. That's a big deal. That hurts. That hurts a lot. I really need better gear. Alright, excellent. Gives me nice amount of life and resists. Okay. The one thing, I don't know if it would be any good, but one thing you might be able to look into is the new Abyss staff, which looks terrible. I don't know if it's going to be worth anything. But the new Abyss staff has the ability to give you, or rather give your minions impale, which is pretty hard to get on minions. And because Dominating Blow is, I think, a ton of physical damage, you might be able to use Impale on them. You would just do some like calculations to see if having a really bad staff can be overcome by having 6 murderous eye, or 6 ghastly eye jewels that are the minion ones. Or at least I think it's a staff. Nope, it's an axe. Never mind. So it wouldn't work with your build. That would have been much better as a staff. Okay. Excellent. Okay. I think we go tireless pretty early on. Try and save on our life cost. Oh, I'm just too far away. There we go, we got him. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. When they put minion impaling on an axe? I don't know. I do not know. I mean, they also put some other stuff that makes sense on an axe on there. It's just the minion stuff that doesn't make sense. Oh. Okay. Yeah, Gazi, I can be assured will update his version, but the version I'm following, I'm worried if it will be updated for 329 or not. The one with the staff and Lycia. You're probably pretty safe. Because while a lot is changing, I think not a lot like for previous builds. Because minions are fairly unchanged. Staves are very changed, but it's all like really good changes, so I don't know. Probably fine. How did staves change? So, they got a couple of different changes. The caster rolls on a lot of staves went up, and then the damage rolls on like increased fire, lightning, and cold damage that were on the suffixes, they were like maxed out at 40%. Those got removed entirely. Caster staves can no longer roll certain mods, and all staves received block mods. There are attack block, increased block, things like that for staves now. Let me see. Let me just pull up the patch notes. Staves. There are no one-handed staves. That's not a thing. There are attack and caster staves. That's really like, there are regular staves, and then there are war staves, and those are attack staves. You're thinking scepters? Yeah, no problem. But yeah, so here are all the changes for staves there, and it's just like implicits. No longer explicitly say that they require a staff. Chance to block attack and block spell damage can now roll on staves. Elder Influence can now get chance to block spell. Redeemer can now get block if you were hit recently, block if you were hit recently. Implicit, no, I don't care about that. Modifiers to all level spell skill gems and all spell skill gems of a specific damage type on staves now have an additional mod tier. And lower tiers are more common and can roll on staves at earlier levels. So you can get up to +4 on a stave now, previously +3. Increases to all the different damage types. Prefix modifiers have been increased up to 200%. They were previously up to 164. And then the crafting bench, essence, veiled, influence, etc. have all been adjusted accordingly. This extends to trap damage, mind damage, burning damage, poison damage, and bleeding damage prefixes as well. I don't know. Let's see. Spell, fire, cold, lightning. I don't know if they hit minion damage as well. Might be a little sad. Spell damage, fire damage, lightning damage. Prefix modifiers on caster weapons are now more common except for the very highest tier. Hybrid increase, spell, minion, and mana prefix modifiers on caster weapons have been increased at all tiers, up to 49% increased, previously 39, and 86 on staves, previously 49. Damage to spell prefix modifiers have been buffed, which is all the flat ones. Caster weapons can no longer roll increased fire, cold, and lightning on suffixes because they were really bad. Stun duration modifiers no longer roll on all weapons, but can now only roll on maces, attack staves, swords, axes, and bows. Reduce enemy stun threshold no longer roll on scepters or caster staves, which is huge. Lower mod pool for us is great. Corruption implicits. We got gem levels. Socket supported by. Enemies you kill have a 20% chance to explode as a corruption implicit. Caster staves now have increased cast speed corruption implicit modifiers. Okay, yeah, so that's it. Overall, pretty significant changes over there. Get out of there. Buildguard creator uses Blight unique body armor to get explode. That new corrupt implicit will help a lot. I mean, banking on that corrupting implicit is not likely. By like a lot, not likely. Because the reason that implicit now exists is because there was a synthesis implicit that did the same thing. That synthesis implicit was insanely rare, so I expect the corrupted implicit is going to be equally rare. That being said, your build creator probably used the chest, not just for explode, but for profane ground, because the blight chest gives you profane ground as well. And mark the prey anoint. Yeah, there's a lot of benefits that come with that. But again, I don't think any of that's really changed much, so you are probably fine. That also allows... No, wait, never mind. I was gonna say that allows you to mess around with the new, like, unique crafting system on Legion. But Spore Guard is not a generic drop pool. So you wouldn't be able to get a Spore Guard with something else on it, sadly. Although I think uniques in general are going to be more expensive next league. Like core drop pool uniques. Because them introducing a unique sync is kind of a big deal. Okay. Okay. True, but yeah, I want to do staff version even if it means more piano keyboarding because I bought the Celestial staff. Beyond that, Lycia, which means I need to complete a full Sanctum. My other concern is that the build won't clear as well or smoothly as the Shield Crush player. If push comes to shove, I can switch. Oh yeah, for sure. Grab life there. Okay. I guess grab that. Ooh. I want to go staff now? No, probably not. I instead probably want to go wand. Or do I get a shield that isn't total garbage? That is a pretty not garbage shield. Okay. Where else are we going here? Let's grab the decks that I've been putting off so I can finally upgrade some of my stuff. Then we go fight Kitava. Would you like to see the 328 PoE? Sure. Do you think Herald Golem stacking is going to be good for Phys DoT this league? Yes. Because golems weren't changed at all. Nor were any of the things that lead up to golem stacking. Herald stacking is okay. Like, golem stacking is a much bigger deal, I think. But yeah. It is still going to be very good because none of the stuff that leads into that changed. The only thing that has changed is Phys DoT is going to get better on its own. So, only good things. So the new communion support? Communion support. Oh, you're talking about the minion pact change? Last league I got hard capped at 9 million. Yeah, if you're just talking about one Phys DoT, that looks like around the cap. This time it's going to be better because they've already mentioned that they're going to buff Phys, or they're going to buff DoT spells. So hopefully Corrupting Fever is part of that. If it is, great. That means our baseline is better. If it's not, that, you know, sucks a little bit, but I think we're fine because Pact of Ghorr is still going to give us a 25% damage buff. It's kind of nasty. So even without a buff at all, which I do think we're going to get, I think we're going to get a buff, but even without a buff, the Pact of Ghorr is going to be a 25% more. Yeah. We'll look at Pact of Ghorr here in a second. And I'll show you why. It won't quite be 25% more for like the peak builds that were available last league. Well, peak build Elementalists that were available last league. Because those were using Malediction, and the 25% more is scaling the same damage that Malediction does. But it's going to be pretty close to like 20%, I think, even for those builds. Because it is like, 10% more goes to 35% more, basically. Without Malediction, it opens up opportunities to do something else. Yes. Yes, it does. Because those builds were taking the Elementalist Ignite specifically to enable Malediction. If you didn't need it, you could do something else. You could like go somewhere else and do another thing. But yeah, it would be a... Even if you had Malediction, you go from 10% increased damage taken to 35% increased damage taken. And if you have no other sources of increased damage taken that is applying to enemies, then it's just a more multiplier. Because it happens after your calculations are all done. Let's see. Let me pull Pact of Ghorr back up, and then we'll take a look at Echo's POB. Okay. We made it to Act 6, and we're going to call that there for now. And let's go look at Ghorr real quick. I gone Phys DoT every league since Necropolis. I guess I'm going to do it again. That's kind of how I feel. Like, I've been going Phys DoT for my starter, like, 4 leagues in a row now? No, that's not true. That's not true. I did a Flicker league start a couple leagues ago. So it's almost true. But I've been doing a lot of Phys DoT starts. But yeah, so Pride Sublime explodes, trigger so much dopamine. I personally just like having the flask, because I like stacking auras. But yeah, that's just me. But yeah, so here's Pact of Ghorr, and the important thing here is the flesh rend. So let's okay, finally pin. So Pact of Ghorr makes non-ailment damage over time spells you cast empowered, which I don't know if the snapshotting is going to work for Corrupting Fever. If it does, incredible. That's huge. That's basically another support gem. If it doesn't, okay, no big deal. We will see. Hopefully it does. If not, well, oh well. Now, the important part is you gain Hunger of Ghorr. Hunger of Ghorr triggers Flesh Rend, and it triggers faster if you have stages. We don't know how to do the stages, but Flesh Rend is a projectile, which is, if you look over here on the right, waiting for it, these little red projectiles that shoot out right over there, those are Flesh Rend. So those shoot out, and they apply a Phys DoT on their own. So that's an extra Phys DoT that you get. And they apply a 25% increased damage over time taken debuff on anything that they inflict a debuff on. I'm hesitant to say hit because they do not hit. But yeah, So that is where that huge damage buff is coming in. Like, this is going to be used by RF builds are going to use this. The problem is the base duration of the debuff is 0.4 seconds, which is insanely low. So something is going to have to be done about that. That's really bad. But if we can scale it up enough, we might be in pretty good shape. Plus it has the passive on the base gem with 40% more damage over time. Yeah, well, that passive on the base gem, we don't know if it's going to work. Like, we know it's going to work for things like Reap and Exsanguinate. Those are no-brainers. Of course, those are going to work. The problem is, are they going to allow snapshotting? Because Corrupting Fever is a spell, but it's a spell that grants you a buff, and then that buff is what deals damage. So there's some like gray area kind of things. Similarly, RF is a spell that you cast that gives you a buff, but it's gray as to whether or not this is going to be empowered. So the way it reads, I think it should be, but we don't know. We'll have to test it. So very possible that we get a ton more damage, which will be awesome. It might not support Corrupting Fever as well. Gotta wait till launch, I guess. Yeah, exactly. And then this is also really good. Mana Infused Staff I'm very excited about, because I like using staves. So having Mana Infused Staffs is going to be awesome, because that makes it so much easier to cap block on staves. So much easier. The hit is a nice little bonus, I guess. It'll you know, do Corrupting Fever things, but that's it. All right, let me see. All right, Echo. Let's look at your POB. Sorry for the delay. I was running one Smollen. I think I've seen your build, because I was looking up builds last night as to like how I wanted to scale, and that's where I found, like, I didn't realize that Primordial Bond was so busted until I looked on PoE Ninja last night. Okay, let's see what we got here. Dominating Blow, Sentinel Dominance, skills, you have 9 of them. Multi-Strike, Ruthless Melee Splash. $12K, $38K, $7K. Huh, you've actually got a significant mix of damage in here. Does this convert automatically? No. At least I don't think so. But okay, let's take a look. So I don't think any of this is changing. Block chance is good. Corrupted blood immunity, good. Minion life. Okay. Yeah, I don't think any of this is going to be changing. Let me see the staff. Level of socket melee. Yo, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Add 6 cluster jewels, primordial bond, and 2 megalo, 4 converted minion melee into Phys damage. Got it. Yeah, it was wild how much damage people were getting. Plus 2 socketed level melee. Attack speed. Attack damage leached as mana. Yeah, this is this is not changing. These are not changing. Aspect of the spider is not changing. Dragon Fang's flight is not changing. The rings are just good res rings. That might be changing. Non-channeling and a cost. Gotta get past the skills. I want to say the ring mana. More than I paid for it. Yeah, I don't care about the uniques. Okay. Mana and reduced mana cost can no longer be crafted or unveiled on rings. I'm logging into a character to see what those look like. Okay, so that might be a problem. I don't see any other reduced mana cost crafts, which means what they are likely targeting are these two: channeling skill minus mana cost and non-channeling skill minus mana cost. That is on both of your rings. And that has been changed to mana cost efficiency, which might be fine. Phys has no channel skills involved. Yeah, we're talking about Echo's build. So Echo's got a build that he wanted me to take a look at. Right over here. And so he's going Dominating Blow. And he wanted to know if there was anything that's going to be different, because he doesn't know if the build creator is going to change anything, or is going to update the build before league start. So I wanted to take a look real quick and just see if I see anything that's got problems. And most of it, no problem. Like a lot of this is very easy to get or very easy to craft on. The only thing that I see that is a problem is these rings both have non-channeling skills, have minus mana cost. Which means Dominating Blow is going to have a mana cost of what, plus 14? So 21, 31 mana cost. You will not be able to support it, but you wouldn't be able to support it anyway. So you might have to mess around with your mana regen a little bit. Oh wait, do you have mana regen or mana leech? One big thing I don't forget is the new mana infused staff skill. That skill is why I want to go staff. Yeah, I really like that staff. You're gonna have to adjust some reservation. You've got 5% left on mana, so you'll need to drop probably skitterbots. Think it'll be enough? Wait, yeah, skitterbots would be enough. Haste would be enough. So you lose speed or you lose damage. Take your pick. Depends on if I can switch block nodes out and gain more damage from that. Let's see. Short answer is maybe. I don't know if it's going to be enough to make up for the damage you would lose, because shock is a pretty big deal. Ooh, this is running slow. Okay. But yeah, that would be... I don't know, you might be better off just doing what they do, because I don't see a ton of things that jump out at me for damage. Oh, you know what? That's not exactly true. If you could get good cluster jewels, then you would be in good shape. You could drop these nodes, like you could probably drop this entire section of nodes and grab a cluster jewel instead. But yeah, so Ironhide, let me see if I actually did. This is my like super basic. I'm in the end of maps and using Reap. I'm getting like 2 million if we're using Reap. Probably with all the stacks. I don't know. I don't know how it's calculated. But the one I pulled as an example last night, this one, and it's got Corrupting Fever up to, I think, 10 million. So this might actually be yours. Lost Unity Golem Stacker? Yep. Yep, that's the one. That's mine? Yeah. It's really good. But yeah, I pulled... Oh wait, no, is this... No, this one is not yours. This one is close. So what I did... I know it's not yours because it doesn't have Smollen. I don't like Smollen. Full AFK Uber Dread, nice. Yeah, what I did was I was just like, okay, let me look up some corrupting fever, see if I can find anything. And then just like sorted by DPS. And this is what I found, which means somebody hit 20 million with just corrupting fever. And what they're doing is exactly what you did. They're doing Svalin, Minion Wand, and stacking golems, and Lost Unity. I was at like 9 million. Yeah. This is nuts. And they did, again, Sublime Vision Pride. And then they had 6 Megalomaniacs. Were these all... Yeah, so this league it's going to be a little harder because we don't get physical damage. But the difference I don't think is going to be awful. I only had 2. Yeah. That is the big difference. Like the way it stacks is insane. Like I always thought that Primordial Bond was all about getting the effect of golems up, and I didn't read, and like it didn't stick that the increased damage per summon golem was stacking. So it's nuts. It's so crazy. But the approach that I'm gonna take to build up to it, this is the dominating blow. Yeah, the approach that I want to take building up to it is start right here, and then because we don't have the ability to fracture and recraft the, well, I don't think we have that. I don't know that. Did they confirm whether or not that currency is carrying over? Either way, whatever. So the plan is to just do minion damage nodes, which gives us 10% increase. Grab Primordial Bond, grab Spiritual Aid, and then use that to help out. I don't expect to hit anywhere near the numbers that they hit, but it should be really good. Primordial Bond Megalos are like 250 divs. Oof. Refracting Mist came from Delhi inside Mirage, so no Mirage I don't think is obtainable. Unless they made it a flat Delhi drop. It's hard to say. They didn't mention it. I don't recall them mentioning it. But they did mention that volatile Valorbs were going to be dropping from Sanctum. So maybe they did something else with it. I kind of doubt it. I kind of think they're not going to do it. But yeah. It should be a lot of fun. It is going to be expensive though. That's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah, I think that's where we're going to end for today. It's been a blast. And yeah, this is going to be our plan. Is we're going to go Phys.Elementalist, which is going to be suffer through Act 1, use RF through Act 2 and 3. In Act 4, we're going to switch over to Corrupting Cry and use that all the way into lower maps, or until we get Bladefall of Charthus. Like, whenever we get Bladefall of Charthus, we'll stop using Corrupting Cry, because I refuse to use Corrupting Fever without Bladefall of Charthus. And, yeah, then we'll just go. Pretty excited. Gonna be a lot of fun. And then hopefully one of the new bloodlines is good for Phys. Or if the new bloodline has, because there are 2 new bloodlines, if either of them have an explode, insane. Super good. Slow build up and then everything around you just dies. Yeah. I mean, once you get to like, I think it's 250. No, not even that. If you get to 150-ish thousand damage for corrupting blood, maybe it's like 200k. But yeah, once you get to like a certain point with a single stack of corrupting blood, that is enough to instantly pop a white mob, then everything is just gonna be gone all the time, always. Because you just need that, like that much damage, a source of explode, and then you're good. It's so nice. But yeah, should be a lot of fun. So thank you everybody so much for joining me. It's been a blast. Yeah, I'll be posting some videos in the upcoming couple of days, going over what my plan is and how we're going to build it, and posting a POV of the way I plan on building it out. And then we'll go for it. Also can't wait to do Corruption Nexus on level 20 at 80 times so you can get 2120. That's gonna be nuts. I'm gonna try and not do Reap at all. I'm hoping that Ghorr Pact is good enough that I can just replace Reap with Ghorr Pact. We'll see though. We'll see. But yeah, that's gonna be it. Thank you everybody so much for watching, and I'll see you on Wednesday.